Hi there, Truck here, and welcome back to my walkthrough of the greatest video game of all time, Final Fantasy IX. I'm playing on PC with the all-new Moguri Mod 9 installed, and it's the best this game has ever looked, in my humble opinion. I'll refrain from talking over the FMVs because those things rock, but I'll pipe in with my thoughts and observations as I see fit. We're going for a fun, relaxed playthrough with a focus on a couple of fantastic side quests that we already began back on Disc 1. Let's get into it. I really dig that with the real serious tone of how Disc 1 ended, that they're really lightening the mood here as we start off with Disc 2. Steiner absolutely came a long way in Disc 1, but we can plainly see here that his head is affixed very much deeply in the sands. Yes, full of rowdy men. All right, we're going to Mognet with Nazna over here because we've got a little something for her, so here we go. And as we begin a new disc here, pro tip, kids, always go back and ask Moogles if they have a letter to deliver to someone else. You just go back and do the Mognet thing again, and they'll say, I have a favor to ask, if they've got something for you.
Ah, yes, you gotta try our famous bundt cake. The perfect gift for the family. Take one home today for your loved ones. It's the world-famous Southgate bundt cake.
There seem to be some very useful weapons and armors up in here. I'm gonna take a look, do some shopping. Well, these lads look familiar, don't they? Oh, Steiner, buddy, I know. Can it, dude? Even Garnet's had enough. Marcus's big bros before hoes moment. This is what's left of Black Waltz number 3. If you remember, he got blown up in a airship chase that we had heading into Lindblum. He's looking a little rough. Alright, so we're going to have ourselves a little boss battle here, and it's actually a good thing we have a thief in our party, which Marcus is, so we can use him to steal items, since we don't have Zidane here to do it for us. So Garnet makes the executive decision that she and Steiner are going to join Marcus on their quest to cure Blank from his petrification instead of going back to Alexandria to deal with Ma. get a "you are here" moment. It's interesting to know that Lindblum and Alexandria have only been quote-unquote friends for 20 years, so I wonder what happened 20 years ago. Gonna slip down here and grab ourselves some gil. Alright, and now we can head to Treno. I know some people call it Treno. That's probably even the right pronunciation. I call it Treno. Call it what you want. We're going to save our game here real quick before we continue our journey. We're at about 7.5 hours in now. And right on schedule, we've got another friendly monster. It's Mr. Ghost. So we've encountered our second friendly monster, the Ghost, who tells us to send their regards to the Ladybug. Now we've got Treno coming up on the right here, but we're going to bang a left and do some quick exploring because we've got a little treasure hunting to do here. And a reminder that any glitches you might see in the character running or in the music on the world map basically means it's just a random encounter that I've cut out of the edit because you don't really need to see it. If you recall, Quan is the name of Vivi's grandfather. There's some hidden treasure right here, and it is Scorpio, another of our Stellazio. Scorpio was very timid. He always looked at his shadow, until one day he decided to look away. He walked up a hill. Stellazio story. Alright, so the Stellazio is clearly not the only treasure down here. Wait, what? Was Quan raising Vivi as future food? This observation to me is pretty awesome because part of a future side quest later in this game is going to come into play with the ocean and the foam and whatnot. So that was Quan's dwelling. So it was mostly a run to pick up the Stellazio here, but it also gives us a little bit of backstory on Vivi too. And now that that's done, we're going to head on over to Treno, or Treno, however you want to pronounce it, to continue the story. Pro tip here, kids, always save your game before heading into a new area. New music, new vibe. Really great explorable town here. Here's our four-armed friend once again making a quick cameo, stealing money. So we've got this fountain on the left here where we can throw in 10 gil. If we do this 13 times, what happens is we end up getting another Stellazio eventually. And now we have the Gemini. Gemini thought by the river, "I will sing her a song." He didn't know where she was, but he hoped his song would reach her. Stellazio story. Now there are ATEs and treasure all over this town, so bear with us. And just like that, we've found our fifth Stellazio, Taurus. Taurus had an idea. He would give Virgo a gift. Through the forests and over the mountains, he found a star. Stellazio story. She's already gotten her pockets picked, and it's just going to be a hard pass on the town drunk. Sage advice from the old man. Well, little girl's right. It's closed. Hey, there's our mystery man. Haven't we seen him somewhere before? Alright, we'll stop in this building, but first what we're going to do is we're going to head in here and pay a visit to Queen Stella, who is a collector of our Stellazio coins that we've managed to scrounge up so far. They aren't star-shaped. Oh, you have the cancer. Will you give me your cancer? Of course we will. Take it off my hands, please. Now, the items that were given by the Queen for each Stellazio alternate between gil and an item or a weapon of some kind, and both escalate in value the more that we bring. More gil, better stuff. So it's pretty neat to bring back all these things and see them floating around in their cages, and then we get stuff for it. All right, so we've brought Queen Stella the 5 that we have, and generally the way it goes is once we get more, we'll bring him back to her. Ah, here's our 4-armed buddy, formerly known as Alleyway Jack. Alright, they're talking about the auction house, which is here in Treno, and we'll pop into that place on our visit here and on subsequent visits as well, because they do have some cool items. So here we've got another synth shop here where we can fuse two items together. Let's see what we can do here. I'm not going to go after stuff I don't already have. So we'll see what we can make here, and we'll go from there. I am going to equip the power belt that alleyway Jack dropped and we picked up, and equip it to Steiner because it does have some pretty big benefits. So this is the world-famous Treno Card Stadium, where later in the game we're going to be required to play a few games of cards, using what we've collected to this point in the game. But what the hell, let's play a game now, just for no good reason. So the arrows on the cards, on the corners and on the sides, they basically tell you what direction your card can do battle with other cards in. If that side of the card or the corner of the card has no arrow, it means it could be easily overtaken by another card with arrows. There would be no battle. And if it's two cards with arrows that are facing each other, then the cards do battle. I hope that made sense. The numbers and the letters on the cards kind of correspond to the strength of the card. I'm not going to get into the specifics of it, but here we're going to have a little card battle. Now, when you win a game of Tetramaster, you get to pick a card from your opponent that you've just defeated, and sometimes it's a card maybe you don't have yet. And in this case, it's all ones I've already got a duplicate of, but whatever. There's your card game in a nutshell. This place is forever interesting to me because not only is it a weapons and armor shop, but underneath there's a monster. All right, let's rock. Let's give this thing a spin. See where Steiner's at. Now, Steiner was not one of the characters that we did the Grand Dragon grind with, so he is not leveled up. Oh my, Steiner ain't ready. Now, we could keep trying this fight in perpetuity if we really wanted, but they do have quite a good weapons and armor shop here, so we're gonna do a little online shopping. I still don't think with any of these purchases I would have stood a fighting chance against that crazy bird. All right, so now Garnet is the one we're in control of. Anyone else here absolutely love her running animation? Because I sure do. It's so dainty. Seems we've scared a Moogle out of his hidey hole, and he's got a puppy friend too. Let's go check in on him. Stiltskin. Stiltskin, more than any other Moogle, has his finger on the pulse of world events. We'll do a quick save while we're here too. Alright, so we're going to take Garnet back over to the inn, which is the meeting point for the stealthy quest to get the Super Soft will begin. Take special note of that wanted poster on the left side of the screen here. It's Steiner here trying to save Garnet from herself. Amazing. Be the far from the first time Steiner gets called out for being a rigid robot. This dude's straight up racist. Not creepy or concerning for Garnet in the slightest. Always enjoyed the dual inner reflection with the nice quiet water in that scene. Moguri does it even better. Great job, Moguri people, by the way, if you're watching. You guys rule. By the way, it took me many playthroughs to realize this is actually the room where the synth shop is. We're actually standing in the synth shop right now. It's taut. It's taut. It's taut. Now, while we've got time here, we're going to head over to the auction house and pick up a few things. We've got Mini Sid, Doga's Artifact, Uni's Mirror, and the Reflect Ring. Don't really care about the first three items right now. We definitely want to go for the last, so I'm going to cut you right to the bidding on the Reflect Ring so you can see how the auction kind of works. I'm going to make my way to the front because I want to be ready to bid when the time is right. And the time is right when he says, we're going to let these guys fight it out, but the auctioneer will say, any more? And at that point, we'll jump in with our bid. And it's usually just 100 gil higher than whatever the previous high bid was. So we'll wait for him to say any more, and then we'll enter our bid. right, so here's where we're going to jump in with our bid. We're going to go 10,300 gil. And we are now that many gil poorer, but we now have a reflect ring, which will enable our magic users to learn reflect spells and other such nonsensory. If you go back into the auction, they'll start a whole new series of auctions, and there was an item called Pearl Rouge, which I was really hot after here, and I picked this item up at the auction too. Now, a couple of the other items that I mentioned earlier, like Uni's Mirror, Doga's Artifact, I should have picked those up because picking them up now would have enabled me to start a little bit of a mini quest to pick up a sword called Excalibur later in the game, and I missed out on doing that on this playthrough, but I'll point out later on where that is and where that was missed, because I did try to pick these items up later in the game, and at that point it was too late. If you're going to buy Doga's Artifact and Uni's Mirror, that point was the time to do it, and I missed out on it. So now we are heading to Dr. Tot's humble abode. And suddenly I have a hankering for tater tots. Some big Garnet backstory moments here. All right, so we're in control of Garnet, Steiner, and Marcus, and I'm going to take all the equipment from Marcus, and I'm going to kill him, because screw that guy. We're going to do a little bit of a mini grind, not like Grand Dragon level grind, but a little bit of a mini grind for Garnet and Steiner down here. I'll explain. This music is baller, by the way. Before we find said sequence trigger, we're going to do a little bit of magneting. There is Moogle drama afoot. All right, we're gonna tent up and then we're gonna save to give ourselves a waypoint here. And then we're gonna grind with just Garnet and Steiner for a little while on these creatures in here. That's why we're gonna kill Marcus off. We don't want him to get any of the HP. We're gonna hog them all for Steiner and Garnet. So we're going to throw it on high speed here, and we're just going to run around the next room until we hit a battle. The last item we got in our Stellazio turn in was the Blood Sword, and as soon as Steiner learns the abilities on this sword, we're going to equip him with the Blood Sword. 3 AP for these right here. And once we equip them with the Blood Sword, it's even better for these battles because, as you're going to see, now that we've learned the ability, we can equip the Blood Sword. The Blood Sword actually gives the same amount of hit points back to Steiner as it takes out of the enemy. So if it deals 500 in damage on the enemy, it also heals Steiner 500 hit points. So for a grind like this, it's perfect. We hardly ever have to heal him. And I've saved you the time here. We're going to go right to the end of the grind here. As you can see, we spent about 20 minutes on it, and we went from level 7 to level 21. So, pretty good. These Gargants are one of the most interesting and creative modes of transportation I think I've ever seen in a video game. And another wise person telling Steiner to pull his shiny, rusty metal head out of his butt. Now, if you're guessing we're about to have a boss battle, you'd be right. So we brought Marcus back to life for this one because we need him to steal stuff. You'll get to see Steiner's blood sword in action here. Screw Marcus, we've stolen all we can steal anyway. Zorn and Thorn, serving up a big steaming bowl of harsh reality. All right, we're back in control of our main party now. So let's call in a Moogle to save us up. And we're closing in on 9 hours of playtime now. Now, before we head to Cleyra, which is our next mission, we're going to noodle around this area here and see if we can pick up a little blue magic for Quina. All right, now this big sand tornado we're running past here, that actually is Cleyra, but we're gonna sneak down the alleyway here because what we've got is the opportunity to do, well, a little bit more blue magic, but also the opportunity to get a chocograph here. And with these Chocobo footprints, we can call forth our buddy Choco and pull up a chocograph, find ourselves a little treasure or two. I do believe healing the shore is the one we want. We are very close to the location right where we stand, and you'll see that in a moment when we get out of this menu here. So once you get your actual scene close to the chocograph picture, you just start pecking. And just like Chocobo Hot and Cold, he'll let you know when you're getting close. Alright, let's review what the heck just happened. Was that some kind of bad trip? Instead of our usual treasure grab, we're greeted with a puff of hallucinogenic smoke that sends us off into the netherworld. Far out, man. Welcome to Chocobo's Dream World. We're greeted with spinning models of upgraded chocobos as Fat Chocobo suddenly appears and pulls out the welcome wagon. The chocobo's colors correspond to an ability that can be learned to upgrade the chocobo. For example, we've just learned the reef ability, so that we can cross rivers in shallow water. After bestowing us with cryptic hints of a chocobo utopia of some kind, Fat Choco endows us with our upgrade to the reef ability. The more you know, you can only get to the lagoon through a beach. Alright, so if we go through our chocograph menu, we no longer have any chocographs that we can get to at this point. So we're going to ride our chocobo right up to the big old sand tornado called Cleyra, and we're going to save up, and then we're going to head in for our next big part of our story. That FMV does an amazing job of just giving you the perspective of how massive that tree inside this sandstorm really is. And the way they build this giant labyrinth out is just, to me, is breathtakingly awesome. If you're not looking for it, this one's easy to miss. It's hidden in the tree here. Now, in real life, I would never advise skipping the examining stage here, but in this game, we're going for it. YOLO, right? That's what the kids say, right? Yeah. Missed some loot on the way up. This is funny, I've never actually tried to ride the sand waterfall before. All right, we're going to check in with Monev here because we have something for him. We're going to keep that magnet train going. All right, he's got nothing for us. So we're going to tent up and do a little camping here. This seems cozy, right? I would camp here. In real life, I love camping, by the way. We'll also save here, just to make a record of where we're at. Onward. The left path here is worth 15 seconds of your time. It's another nice get that's easy to miss. I love these nice little payoffs from these little clever micro puzzles that they put in these games. I mean, they're super easy, but they still feel nice and gratifying nonetheless. This little part right here, I gotta be honest, it's a little more annoying than fun. I mean, the payoff is really not worth the annoyance of it, but I mean, you gotta do this to advance to the next part anyway, but not my favorite part here. We got an absolute mood and vibe shift as we get to the top of the tree that's actually settled. We will humor the Oracle and let her give us the 10-cent tour. Join us, won't you? Well, that tour was worth at least 10 cents, right? All right, we're gonna abscond to the right here and grab a little bit of treasure. There is no shortage of hidden goodies in this town. I'm gonna try to find most of them, if not all of them. In fairness, if these Cleyrans haven't tried that Southgate bunt cake, they are missing out. Yeah, pretty sure we met this guy as he was fleeing Burmecia with his family. And he lived to sell us some goods. So this is good, right? Opportune. Alright, let's go tap this Moogle on the shoulder and see if they've got any mail for us. I don't think we have mail for Mopley. Mopley? Mopley? I think Mopley sounds better. Generally like to save when I come across Moogles, but let's get a good sense of time here. We're about at 9.5 hours here, moving forward. Imagine being called a pointy-headed devil by a little kid. A little rat kid, no less. Let's continue on over to Plaza de Agua for more treasure hunting and ATEs. Poor Vivi, he is not having a good time right now. I think those mushrooms are made out of the same stuff that poofs out of those treasure boxes and sends you off into Chocobo world. Maybe Quina and Choco are just hanging out right now. Alright, you heard it here first, folks. Cleyra is the land of magical dances. More magical than Burmecia. And I wonder if that's kind of the root of the problem. Why these two clans warred over time and refused to get along is one was better at dancing than the other, and the other couldn't handle it. That's my guess. As you've no doubt noticed, you can see we've picked up close to at least a dozen items just strewn about this town. And they're real easy to miss if you're not into treasure hunting. If you're keeping straight to the story, all these items are easy to miss. They're not in treasure boxes. They're not lying in plain sight. Well, they are, but they're not. Knight Oracle Donegan moves with such urgency. All right, let's go save a kid from an antlion. I'm sure you all remember Puck from the opening scenes in Alexandria, where he and Vivi were sneaking into the castle to watch the play. Okay, boss fight. Since we grinded Grand Dragons, this is going to be an easy fight, but the basic premise is Zidane steals, Quina heals, and the rest just kicks butt once all the items have been stolen off this little kid-abusing beast. And you see where Quina just moved back a row? That was where I was trying to use Quina's trance, like having it banked, and it's just not working right. I don't know if it's my controller or if there's something going on with the Moguri, but something needed to get fixed there. Having the banked trances is the way to go, but I was not able to implement it well in this game. It was janky, and then my characters were moving from the front row to the back row instead of actually trancing, so... It turns out that punk kid Puck is actually royalty. Alright, they're gonna do the wild, magical wooden shoe thing. I blame Freya. Meanwhile... Menopause, am I right? If one had a crippling fear of clowns, would this be the worst thing ever for these two bozos to just come barging into your bedroom like this? Garnet digging deep into that bag of tricks that Zidane has set up for her. Ooh, things be taking a turn for the sinister. Yeah, they're acknowledging that they saw each other at the Treno auction house. Welcome to the Eidolon extraction room, where Zorn and Thorn will perform some weird ceremony to, I don't know, sort of remove Garnet's magical Eidolons. I imagine that's got to be like having one of your 5 senses removed. Like if magic ability was a 6th sense or a 7th sense, having that ability removed. I bet that's a hollow feeling when you awake from that, right? Quite cleverly, we're now in control of Freya. Oh, well, what do you know? Our good buddy Stiltskin, the traveling Moogle, has decided to stop by. You always buy from Stiltskin when presented with the option. How dare you not? All right, this is why you always check Mognet, because you just might have a letter waiting for you. People are climbing up to Cleyra since the sandstorm disappeared. This is not welcome news, folks. Oh, them shrooms are hitting. Okay, you didn't see it, but I took a moment here to update all of our gear because we're about to have a fairly long and consequential series of battles here. Ah, that would be Queen Bronze, Alexandrian soldiers. The reason I'm showing these battles to you is that they're not random encounters. These are part of the story. So as such, here you go. Vivi's like, but wait, man, I really want to talk to you. Puck! Oh, you know it's serious. This is like Darth Vader showing up. For reference, these are the actual pointy-headed devils we're talking about here. Leave Vivi out of it. Alright, did you see that quick Moogle run down the stairs and off to the right? Put that in your back pocket for now. Okay, let's go handle some Moogle-related business. Even our buddy Stiltskin's at a loss for words here. Alright, so we're going to end up directing these folks in certain directions. You know, tell them up, right, left, and eventually it'll yield some results and some gifts that we'll get for these people if we direct them to safety, more or less. So that's what we're doing here. Sorry, kid. Can't BS you. Ooh, big vibe shift. The enemy is at hand. Alright, so this is the part I was telling you about earlier where if you direct all the people to safety, go left, go right, go up, go down, you actually get a Steam achievement for it, and they all give you some goodies here. So we're gonna go around the circle here and collect our stuff. And of course, we're going to take the opportunity to save here because we're going to go into our second battle with Beatrix. You think we're just going to let her get away like that? Come on, people. Quina's food-related one-liners will never get old. Alright, and just like our previous boss battle with Beatrix, this is unwinnable. So we're just going to hang in there as long as we can, let Zidane steal all the goodies, because she's restocked with fresh goodies. We'll use Quina to do the Mighty Guard thing and heal, and we'll just hang in there as long as we can, like I said, because she's going to beat us down anyway. Ooh, alright. Mama's home. Wasn't that cool, these little warp bubbles they seem to float in and out of town on? We're gonna hitch a ride with a pointy-headed devil in a bubble. That's a sentence that's never been uttered in human history before, folks, but off we go. Quina is not in on this whole bubble thing, so sayonara. seems awful proud of herself. That Odin was the Eidolon that was extracted from Garnet. Super destructive. So those bubbles brought us on this airship into these, I don't know, look like giant Kool-Aid Man pitchers or something, but we are now on Queen Braun's airship. So this is the first glimpse in the game of the human side of Beatrix. She's been a ruthless, cold-hearted warrior to this point. Well, clearly this was an invitation for Moogle shenanigans before we get too serious here. Hang tight. Excellent. Sereno has a letter for us to deliver to Madain. Alright, let's get a save down and get a gauge on where we're at, too. 10 hours and 17 minutes. Okay, so Zidane, Vivi, and Freya ride the bubbles back toward Alexandria. This little bit, for some reason, always has tickled my funny bone. It's completely like there's no need for it, but I just love that it's there. We can have endless battles here if we want, but I kind of like dodging these like a football game. Feel like you got Pat Summerall on the old broadcast.
Steiner to the 20, to the 25. Tackled at the 30, we're gonna have a battle with Alexandrian soldiers.
And then John Madden's like, Steiner just killed Marcus. And like I said, you can actually have endless battles with these Alexandrian soldiers, but honestly, the juice is not worth the squeeze here, so we're gonna climb the ladder and duck on out. Marcus has been dying for the moment he could ditch Rusty. Steiner is perpetually 2 steps behind. That's one of my favorite things about him. It's just hilarious. See, if Vivi says it, Steiner will actually take it seriously. It's worth noting. They give you 30 minutes here, and they run that fast-paced music, but I don't even know that we're going to need 10 of those minutes. This goes pretty quickly. gonna wingman Zidane here, see if we can get some phone numbers. No? No? Nah, guess not. They're pretty bad. Oh, I think we might have interrupted a tender moment. Snuck down here just to take a peek, but I don't think there's anything in here hiding for us. Worth a look, though. Secret doorway. I love secret doorways. love that we really get to see a lot of the underbelly of Alexandria in these scenes. I think that the more we get to see of these places, the better, because everything just looks so amazing. Gives everything so much depth. Alright, time to interrupt this clown show. Alright, so we're going to treat this like a boss battle. I believe both Zorn and Thorn have items to steal. Zorn in the blue, Thorn in the red. Well, told you we'd only need 10 minutes. Steiner's going through all 5 stages of grief right now, folks. All right, with Garnet in tow, we're going to hit up the Moogle here. It seems as though some Magnet mail has come in on the side. And I know it's a big, crucial moment with tense music and everything, but we're going to take a beat here and rest, camp out, harness our chi. Now, we don't actually have to go down here, but if you do, it's that area where we kind of got trapped earlier in the game, where the walls came up. Pretty cool, right? This is how it all connects right here. This is how we know Zidane did not skip leg day. He's carrying another human being up the stairs without even breaking a sweat, man. He's just doing this to stay in shape. And we're back out of that dingy basement. Alright, some big scenes about to play out, so I'm going to shut up and just let it happen for you. Alright, so I think this is going to be our third go-around with Beatrix, and the formula is still the same. We're never going to beat her. So we steal from her while we can, keep ourselves alive as long as we can, until she decides playtime's over. here's your Mommy's Home moment brought to you by Calgon. Calgon, take me away. It took Beatrix 0.2 seconds to get her head out of her backside. Meanwhile, Steiner's head is still firmly affixed up his own. Third time's a charm. All right, we're gonna have the ladies battle this overgrown puppy dog here. An option in the menu to give this fella belly scritches. I feel like we could end this peacefully. There's an optional part, and I think it's related to the Moguri mod called Alternate Fantasy, where you can actually play Beatrix as a character in your party. You can convince her to join the party and stuff. And that's a version of Final Fantasy IX I'm going to play probably when I'm done editing this whole thing, because I've heard good things about it. It's a kind of a more difficult battle system and the like, and some slightly different story points, I guess. So I'm going to check it out. But you can play as Beatrix, which is super cool. I love this, and you know why? I get to battle with the OG4 right here for the first time in quite a while, I feel like. These four are it for me as far as nostalgia goes. Maybe not always the smartest battle formation, but my favorite in terms of nostalgia. Alright, since belly scritches don't seem to be an option, we're going to have to do this the old-fashioned way. Onward! Steiner has officially removed his head from his backside, folks. Sounds of applause right here. It's not often you get to see the characters run together like that in a group, so I thought that was kind of cool to see just now with Vivi and Zidane and Garnet. That was cool. Steiner's like, nah, I'm gonna let you ladies handle this. Useless dude. I think it's straight up wrong that Steiner got any XP after that performance. You'd think we'd learn. You'd think. And the age-old lesson from games of yore continue to be told. Friendship always wins. I'll tell you what, they could not have thawed blank out at a more opportune moment. Sometimes you need a Zidane in your life to give you that pep talk. I think we could all use that, right? Man, I could use that. Alright, we're gonna do another boss battle with a worm fella in the Gargant Tunnel. They say it's a different one from the last one, and I'm sure it is. I'm quite sure it is, actually. But it kind of looks the same. Let's steal, baby. Aww. Vivi's even more adorable. I didn't even know that was possible. Just a random moment to get some Oglops in. Yeah, why not? Zorn and Thorn are on the naughty list. Wait, what? Why are you hating on Vivi? Like, F him in particular? Ronald McDonald's mysterious cousin just jumps off the balcony. Doesn't even leave the way he came in. Awesome. We're back to our stalwart trio, Garnet, Zidane, and Vivi, who just crashed upon Pinnacle Rocks, sprinting out of a Gargant tunnel. Wilford Brimley looking guy coming out of nowhere, trying to make us eat Quaker oatmeal because it's the right thing to do. Diabetes. See, the party version of Ramu is way more badass. Alright, this part coming up, at least to me, is very, very redundant, so I apologize in advance for any repetitiveness that's going to happen here. Okay, so now we have control of Garnet, and we're going to go right back to where we started to find the first iteration of Ramu to get our first piece of the story. Historian's explanation. Although Joseph's death was not reported to his daughter, the manner of his death speaks for itself. This is the story of a true hero. Alright, we can and will always make time for Moogle misadventures here. Let's do the Magna thing. All right, here's our second iteration. Once upon a time, 33 small countries fought together against an empire. One day, a rebel troop visited a man named Joseph, who lived with his daughter. Owing a debt to the troop, he gladly accepted their plea for help. Here we go. Oh, we'll get back to the old man here, but we're gonna go after that loot. That's what we do. All right, number 3. On their way home, they fell into a trap set by a traitor. Joseph gave his life to save the troop. The troop left without telling Joseph's daughter, Nellie, about the tragedy. All right, 2 more. With Joseph's help, the troop defeated the Adamantois in the Snowfield Cavern and acquired the goddess spell they needed to enter the Empire's castle. 1 to go. The Ogre. I believe that is a weapon for Zidane specifically. We'll find our last Ramu here. Historian's explanation. The fact that they didn't report Joseph's death to his daughter was indicative of their guilt for failing to protect him. In the end, heroes are also human. We've gotten all the loot we can here, so we're going to head for the exits, and our last iteration here is going to pop up, and he's going to make us tell the story in order. So we have to put it back together. Alright, so this Peridot jewel is an add-on for Garnet from which she can learn the summon of Ramuh, which is a lightning-based attack summon. So it's basically her learning the lightning spell is what it comes down to, but in a very cool and fashionable manner. It's like lightning with style. Okay, and apparently some Eidolons can talk to you inside your head. Not sure if you remember back on Disc 1 where we took Zidane on kind of a side trip to the back door of Pinnacle Rocks. This was it right here. It looks a little different because it's night, but yeah, this is it right here. Alright, so we're back in Lindblum. This entire place has been made a mess of, which we're going to see very shortly, but we're going to pop into the hotel and handle some Moogle business up on the top floor here. Save our game, because we haven't had a chance to do that for a bit. More correspondence from our good friend Ruby back in Alexandria. And we're also going to pick up a letter for delivery. Very nice. We can handle that. All right, we'll see where we're at time-wise. 11 hours, 15 minutes. Having fun every minute of it, too. What a time. Zidane tried, but that was some real talk right there, baby. Real talk. This is why Vivi's hiding. I'm going to pop back into the card freak's house because I think he's got more goodies in the treasure chest here for us. You know he does. And we've got some eggs in the nest, which I think we just had some lovebirds up there the first time. Let's keep an eye on that nest. Oh man, and if she's the one selling them Gasol pickles, I'm guessing her sales are going to take a hit here too. Alright, back to the castle for some cutscenes. Vivi didn't hide well enough, it would seem. Yes, this is that classic RPG moment when you find out the world is much, much, much bigger than you originally thought. And Rusty. How could they lose? Zidane, you fool. It's never just a piece of stone. Come on. Yeesh, you're right. It isn't much. All right, we're going to do whatever shopping and or synthing we can while we're here. Let's get after it. I like to stock up on a healthy supply of tents. You know, especially since I got the money. Why not? Alright, let's synth us up some goodies here. We're gonna pick up an Exploda for Zidane. Might as well make it 2 and buy 2 for twice the price. Let's see what other stuff we can get while we're here. At least stuff that we would deem helpful anyway, right? Don't need too much of stuff we've already got. Hey, good guy Dragoose. Thanks, buddy. Now, what can you hook me up with? I don't think so. Maybe trust your instincts on this one. Oh, an ATE. I kind of feel like we haven't had one for a little while. What's this about? So before I'm done declaring I'm roaming about town, I'm going to hop the air cab over to the theater district. And we're just going to pop into the artist's house, get ourselves an ore, and then eavesdrop on some scintillating conversation. After that, we're going to scooch down by the Tantalus hideout, and we're going to talk to Lowell, the disillusioned actor, see if we can point him in Ruby's direction. Alright, let's go poke our heads inside the Tantalus hideout. Finally, we tell our appointed guardian named Man that we're ready to move on to the next thing. So Zidane boldly says he'll do what he was gonna do anyway. Great work, buddy. Yes, the big moment in any self-respecting adventure game when you finally get the world map. So once again, we're being whisked out the back cellar door of Lindblum, and once again, we're going to take care of some purchasing of items and then some Moogle business. You know, I think we're good here, actually. Yeah. Ah, seems we do have a letter to deliver to Munti. Alright, now that we're saved up, we're back on the world map. Like I said, we're back out the back basement door of Lindblum, and we're going to head toward Q's Marsh, which is very close to here. And that's where they say the excavation site is located, pretty close by that house where Quail lives. Ah, so we've been gleefully reunited with our friend Quina, and I think we're going to actually let them gather some frogs. Why the heck not? For a little while. Alright, so we frog hunted long enough to get a free silk robe out of the deal. I don't know if it's a freak silk robe. I'm not against that. Either way, let's go check in with Master Quail. This guy's just a regular freaking map quest, isn't he? Jeez. Thankfully for us kids, I just so happen to have played this game enough times where I know right where to go here, so we're good. All right, we're gonna head down into a rather interesting place. I think it's called Fossil Roo. Let's head on inside. Go on a little adventure here. Now, there actually is something inside there, but we're going to come back for that later. And this was not the thing in there that I was talking about, but we're going to book it. Now, generally, you want to avoid this monstrous contraption by running away and then avoiding these swingy blade things, but you get caught up in them, this guy catches up to you. And sometimes you just want to say, screw it, I'm going to fight this guy just to see what happens. And I'm pretty sure I decided on this playthrough I was just going to turn around, face my demons, see what this guy has to offer. Let's rock and roll. And I'm finding out in a hurry that this is probably not the smartest decision I've made on this playthrough. It's a back attack and half my party's dead. Okay, here we go. Alright, so the first item he stole was an ether, which tells me he definitely doesn't have any boss-like treasure hiding on him. Another reason it's not worth it to fight this guy. Alright, no XP, no AP, no loot. Plus this thing gets back up and starts chasing you again. Alright, yeah, just not worth the time to fight this guy, kids. Let him fall in the hole. Queen Brahne's really into rock collecting. Got another boss fight with Lonnie the Bounty Hunter that Queen Brahne has sent after us. Now y'all might be asking, why did you just send Vivi in to attack with his rod? There's gotta be a better way to say that. Why physical attacks? Well, I don't want to kill Lonnie before I've stolen everything off of her, so I'm kind of going easy on her for the moment. I can definitely keep my party more than safe. We're going to unleash a little bit of Summoner Fury. The Eidolon, Ramu. And much like a Beatrix fight, we don't actually get to defeat Lonnie, but at least we got to steal a bunch of crap. Now we're going to go back to the beginning of this dungeon, because if you remember, we had an item waiting for us back there that was in that cage. And along the way, we encountered a griffin enemy, from which Quina was able to learn White Wind, a blue magic that will heal our party. So nice to have that extra healing ability when you don't actually have a white mage around. Blue magic for the win. So this mystery item that's worth going all the way back here for, it's an elixir. I think it's worth going back to get, especially when White Wind is involved. All right, let's head right down into the dungeons here. It seems we've got more adventures with our good friend the Gargants. Good times lie ahead. Let's figure out how to ride this bad boy. They're always food motivated, you know? Gotta feed him a nice yellow flower. Find the flower, raise the flower. He eats flower. Climb on Gargant, ride to next point, wash, rinse, repeat. I've probably played this game to completion at least 20 times over the past 20 plus years, and even I feel like this area is still like a labyrinth. It can be very confusing, so we'll do our best to follow along here. Yes, you do have to tell me everything. Alright, so after Treasure Hunter's convoluted spiel, we're going to go down and visit our good buddy Stiltskin. Stiltskin is always a step ahead of us. That's what I love about Stiltskin. And as we've discussed, you always buy from Stiltskin. So it would seem we've got some Moogle hide-and-seek happening, and it's happening inside this cavern. Hint, I'm behind a wall. Oh, we're gonna find you. And this seems like a really cozy spot to have a sleepover with my two Moogle friends. Why wouldn't you? Alright, let's give ourselves a bit of a mile marker. We're just past the 12-hour mark on this. Well played. Alright, let's head into the labyrinth of gargants and switches and water and more switches and flowers and gargants and hopefully some treasure too. So it kind of gives you a crude little map. It says we're heading down the right fork because there was water pouring on the left fork and they don't like water. So we're heading down the right fork of our first Gargant trip here, and we've got a treasure chest. So that's all we can do down here, because if we want to get down that left fork, we've got to find a switch to turn the water off so that we can get down there. Hopefully that makes a little more sense now. So we're off to find some switches. So switches to turn the water off. Alright, so you can see we're heading through a new area here. And this is as easy as that treasure chest. We're just going to flip the switch. So now this Gargant's going to take us down the other side, the opposite way from where we came in, since the water's now running on the other side. So we've unlocked a new area for ourselves here. See in my mind that treasure hunter's looking proudly at us for having figured it out. Uh-oh, now we're at the point of the game where we're flipping switches that we've already flipped. Hope you make the right move. Hey guys, what's up? Now hopefully with all the switch flipping and unflipping that we've done, we're going to move on to a new area here. I knew it. He's proud of us. So proud he wants us to buy from his shop. Let's see what he's got. It's another new switch for us to mess with. Let's do it. I don't mind a dead end that ends in a treasure, but since that did end in a dead end, we're going to need to go find a switch somewhere so that we can move freely about the cabin. We're gonna climb the vine, Super Mario style, and we're swimming. All right. Okay. Oh, okay. So he says get the hell out of here, but then he says, you know what? I'll take a potion and then you can just dig. Sure. Now you can dig for items with the pick here, and you can get some stuff, like nothing crazy like Chocobo hot and cold, but I'm really just here to free the Moogle that's hiding behind this wall. He said it in the Mognet note himself. So we're gonna go and get him. We're gonna play some Moogle games. Oh, the Kool-Aid Man would be proud at that entrance. Alright, I believe our work here is done. We can give this fella his tool back. Yeah, we're quitting already. Okay, I think we've found just about all the treasure we're going to find here. We're going to find the one last switch and we're going to get ourselves the heck out of here. Weird enough that the last switch is switch number 3 when there's been 4 switches, but that's the one that's going to get us out of here. Let's go breathe in the mist-free air of the outer continent, shall we? Now you can see our newly acquired world map is in the lower right corner. And in the lower right corner of that map is the mist continent that we've spent almost the entire portion of the game on to this point. And we're no longer on that continent. Our very first battle on the outer continent is going to give us an opportunity for blue magic as Quina learns Goblin Punch. This weird looking structure here is ultimately where we're going to be headed, but unfortunately we kind of got to go a long way around to get there, so. And this back attack on a Zagnol gives us yet another opportunity to learn some more blue magic. Matra Magic. There's another Q's marsh here that we're going to head into and let Quina catch some more frogs. There are marshes like this all over the world map. get ourselves up to 15 frogs, score an elixir, and we'll be on our way. Now, I also happen to know we've got Chocobo tracks very close by Q's Marsh here, so we're actually going to head over there, call forth a Chocobo, and see if we can do a little chocograph hunting. I do believe Abandoned Beach is the one that's very close to our locale here. So let's find a spot on the map here that looks much like our picture, try and get close to it, and we'll start pecking away. Nice. Love finding those hidden treasures. Now, one of the benefits of riding on a Chocobo is you can escape all random encounters as long as you're riding one. So we're going to take the Express Chocobo right to our destination. Now, I pronounce this place Conde, Petie. How you pronounce it is up to you. Garnet's got a point. Rally ho! Now in my head, these guys talk in a Irish or Scottish accent. If you didn't say rally ho, you cannot enter. Rally ho. Now, this town has ATEs galore, but first we're going to go up in the corner here and find some cash. But ATEs galore. Now, Vivi's unwittingly found himself into a Archie and Edith bunker-like domestic situation. If you didn't want to hear me complaining, you get back to work. I can't narrate the whole thing like that. That's hilarious, though. Now, there's a lot to Conde, Petie, but one of the frustrations of when you first get here is that you can't walk into a new room without getting hit with a new ATE. So, we gotta swim through these ATEs, baby. Quina not exactly helping themselves with their naivete on the world stage. All right, we're going to dodge ATE bombs for the time being and do a little Mog-netting with Mogmat. I'm going to pick up a letter for Suzuna. We've got a couple now. Oh, isn't this lovely? They want to set up their wee William with this oot cider of impeccable beauty. Something tells me it's not quite going to work out. Alright, he's got a shop. Just a basic one. No weapons, no armors, just potions and whatnot. Just when you think it's treasure, you're actually checking out one of the lovely young ladies. Quina can't communicate well. I think that's what they're trying to say. Oh, there's that bow and pom-pom. Now you could see right at the end of that ATE there what looked like one of those evil black mage soldiers walking into the village that these guys refer to as pinty heads. You say it with the accent, the pinty head. Really no treasure in this part of the room, but it just leads to some exposition. are some gill hanging out in this corner of the room, though. "99 married couples in holy macaroni." A pinty hit has been spotted. Pinty hits. Alright, so we know we need to go to the Southeast Forest next, the home of apparently the pointy hats. And so we're going to stop at the weapons shop here in Conde Petie before we move on, see if we got any useful items we can add to our arsenal. Rally ho, indeed. Now, these lads aren't going to let us pass. They're not going to let us walk down here unless you're a married couple that's gone through the ceremony inside of Conde Petie, and we're definitely not at that point, so we cannot go down that road. But I think we're fairly stocked up now, and we're going to head on down to the Southeast Forest and check in on these here pointy hats. Good boy. Touche. All right, let's head out of town here and begin our journey to the southeast forest. All right, probably a good idea to save up before we head in, just in case any of these forest battles go sideways on us. Meet Ragtimer the Mouse. He appears in forests all over the world to ask us trivia questions for Gil. We actually have to attack the right answer, which is kind of fun. Now, I believe there's like 16 of these Ragtimer questions that you can find all over the world. I've never personally found all 16. And matter of fact, in this run of the game, spoiler alert, I do not find all 16. I've never actually pursued it all, but they are fun when you do come across them. I enjoy it. But the real reason we're running in circles in the woods here is not to find Ragtimer Mouse, but our next friendly monster, which is right here, the friendly Ladybug. Oh, this one's getting a little greedy, huh? All right, we got you. Here's a real nice haul of 20 AP there, ability points. Very nice. This is why you do the friendly monsters. Now, we had to give more, but we got a little more with the color Ladybug throwing us 20 AP. Good times. And this raised green lump of trees is what we're going for. Let's head on in. So naturally, we're going to follow the signs for where there are no owls. No need to overthink this one, folks. There's some serious Wakanda level stuff happening here. Welcome to Black Mage Village. Now, this place is full of priceless goodies, priceless moments, lots of cool dialogue. Now this is going to be an ATE heavy part of the game here, and a lot of this centers around Vivi, obviously being a black mage. I did not want to interrupt that scene, so just let that marinate. It's very heavy, very deep. These black mages that have, you know, seeming very human. Also very interesting that they don't have proper names, but just give themselves numbers. Black Mage number 32 or number 188 or whatever. Quina, as always, up to no good, all in the name of cuisine, fine or otherwise. Now's our chance to go up here on the roof and score some treasure, since we have the chance to free roam. We've got something tied up here. Sometimes they're hard to pinpoint. When given the opportunity, it is always good to check out the synth shop, just to see what you can do. Interesting to note, too, that the black mages use stopped moving as a euphemism for death. They do this frequently. We're going to pick up some more Mognet mail from our good buddy Moguri here, who has been witnessing the egg atrocity attempts on Quina's part. We'll tent up and save here. Feels like a good time to do that. Now, I feel like Zidane's potentially intervening at a crucial moment here. All right, let's head inside the inn here. They're not ready to, our room is not ready for us, but we're going to head in anyway because hidden in the, off to the side here is another Stellazio. Virgo. Watching the sunset from the Cape, Virgo whispered, "My only wish is to be with you now." Stellazio story. Whoa, there goes our boy Vivi. Time to get some tea from these two black mages. And some honest to goodness real talk with them black mages. You know, how they came to be who they are, how they came to be where they are. There's a lot of goodies hiding around town here, if you're willing to really dig around and take a look. this is the not the item shop, the weapon shop, where we can pick up items that we need for our party and to be able to go back to the synth shop one more time, the aptly named Black Cat Synthesis shop. So let's pick up some goodies here. Alright, we'll take our second run at the synth shop here and get the items that we couldn't get the first time around. Let's do this thing. Little cash money tucked away back there. I'm sure the black mages don't mind one little bit, right? Alright, we're gonna head back over to the inn and check in on our pal Vivi here. He's been having some moments. Alright, we're going to opt to rest here. There's a pretty great cutscene that's about to unfold, so I'm going to shut up now and just let it happen. So things got real with Vivi toward the end of that whole bit there. Existentially real. And that's part of what makes his character arc no doubt one of the best in the whole Final Fantasy series. Because it does get deep and it's not shy about it. So we're going to head back to Conde Petie. Here we go. Fairly certain we did try to exit that way that they're referencing, and we were indeed dwarf blocked. All right, so basically we got to find the priest, have the ceremony done so that we can proceed to Sanctuary. So the task is on to find His Holiness, whoever that person may be. Let's do it, Garnet says, much to Zidane's surprise. If you're the type who always cries at weddings, now's your chance. Zidane admiring his own charisma. That's on game for him. A swing and a miss. I mean, if the wedding's just for pragmatic purposes between the straight people, why can't it be the same for the non-human folk? Come on, let's marry up. Let's get weird. Quina dropping one of the most iconic lines in the game right there. Epic. This young thieving girl and her Moogle are about to become our problem. Here we go. Fuck! I have mixed feelings about this new character of ours here. She's very, very sassy and precocious for her 6-year-old age, which kind of works its way into the story very cleverly. But at the same time, she's a little much. She's very extra. So I could see how opinions could be divided on Aiko, this character here. So with that mechanic, Aiko has joined our party and Quina has left our party. So we're going to get to know her a little bit here. Okay, so now that we're rocking Aiko in our party, we're going to get her equipped and set up for success here. so that we can get her learning spells and summons and things of that sort. She does have the summon capability, much like Garnet does. And we'll be learning a lot more about that as this story unfolds. Ah, it's our good friend Stiltskin the Traveling Moogle. You know we've got to hit him up for some gear. We're flush with cash. We can afford it. Let's keep this man's party going. I think we're also going to deliver some Mognet mail here, so let's do that. Let's get one off our hands. All right, we're going to do a little save action here, and it looks like we're about 14 hours into our game. Now we're going to use summon magic for the first time in the game. And Iiko is a user of this. And so normally there'd be a Steam achievement here for this, but I'm going to let it play out because these summons have some pretty cool animations to them, I think, anyway. The dwarves call that big tree sanctuary. In the game, it is called the Iifa or Iifa Tree. It starts with an I. A lot of people, myself included back in the day, actually thought it started with an L and was called the Lifa Tree, but it is actually called the Iifa Tree. That's my pronunciation anyway, so that's what I'm going with. Okay, what we've got here is a boss fight that is notorious in this game because this boss holds an item called the Fairy Flute that Ico can use, and it is very, very difficult to steal this item unless you're using 100% steel, which we are working smart, not hard, and we're going to get this item right away instead of having to wait 2 hours and get lucky. We got it. We got it, kids. Casting a party-wide spell of float will also keep these guys off the ground, which is where our big fella here does the majority of his damage, so that's a strategic move as well. You'll notice there's a hefty 9 AP for winning this battle, which is pretty awesome. Okay, now we're about to do something with the colored stones that we've gathered, the red, blue, green, and yellow. And to do that, we've got to sort of head back over the bridge here toward the dwarf village, but we're not going to go that far back. But we are going to retrace our steps, go backwards, and see what's about to unfold here. So on this screen, we've got like this big stone monument thing. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and put the stones in here. And I don't think it really matters what order you do it, to be honest. So we're just going to put them in. Very much worth doing, as we've received one of the 4 moonstones available in the game. There are some weird enemies on this mountain path, well, let me tell you. Alright, so we're going to head off this mountain path and head toward Aiko's home. Definitely a good time to call our buddy in for a quick save. Okay, that funky brown mound to the left is Aiko's home, to the right is a forest. We're going to proceed into the forest to try and find us a friendly monster. And look what we found! The Green Yeti. This cat is an ore fiend. Alright, the price has gone up to 2 ore apparently, but we're getting 20 AP, which is really nice, especially for Aiko. The Green Yeti has seen us off, blessed us with 20 AP, and tells us to look out for his friend the Green Nymph. In a game full of infinite, alternate pronunciations, I pronounce this Madain Sari. So from this we can see that she's clearly living with a bunch of Moogles. One named Mog in particular seems to be her Moogle. This is going to be a pretty heavy ATE location as well. Poor Vivi. Dude's just existentially going through it. And back behind this fountain, in the meantime, we have found another of our hidden Stellazio coins. Libra. Libra was a perverse fellow. He would always walk in the opposite direction of the sun. Would he ever see Virgo? Stellazio story. This Quina suddenly reappearing and disappearing moment brought to you by Crisco. So we've got this 6-year-old kid here who's the living embodiment of Match.com before the internet was ever a thing. Precocious, man, I tell you. Little food graphics that come up always crack me up. They're so silly. Okay, so we've got to pick our Moogles to do certain tasks here, and there's no objects at play as far as assigning them. There's no really wrong answer per se, but when the food is actually eaten, it's the difference between a good reaction and a bad reaction. Making sure you assign the right people to do the right things, and there are other things in this ATE that you got to set up as well. If you want the right answer here, choose 11. Ah, was no fish at all. It was Quina. do a quick lap around the room here, scan for treasures or hidden items, of which there appears to be none. Quina doesn't know a whole hell of a lot, but Quina knows more about food than anyone in this game. Best listen. It's like that's all Vivi's good for. I want to randomly see if it'll let me leave with the leftovers. Nah, no such luck. We're going to slide in front of the table here, and we are going to discover one of the coffees in Morid's Coffee Quest, Kerman Coffee. We're going to catch some Z's, and we're going to witness one of the most iconic scenes of the whole game. What can I say? Zidane's right. There's nothing like open air night pissing. All right, we're back out on the open road here. Seems like as good a place as any to call in a save Moogle. So we're going to head back to the Conde Petie mountain path, and we're going to head back out the other side, and then we'll make our way to the Iifa Tree, whatever you want to call it. Okay, now we've come back out the other side of the mountain path. You can see just off to the left here, there's a little patch of trees. We're going to head on in there because, rumor has it, there is another of our friendly monsters hiding in there, and we hope it's the green nymph. Three helpings of ore? Are you serious? Girl's gotta eat, I guess. The flower popping open was a nice touch. I don't know if I've ever noticed that before. And we get 30 AP, which is also great. And equally as great for Aiko, who's still learning new stuff. We've now found just over half of the friendly monsters in the game, as the green nymph tells us to send our regards onto Jabberwock. All right, back to our regularly scheduled game. We're going to head on over to the Iifa Tree. So the Eidolon that Aiko has just unlocked the front door with, more or less, has manifested itself to her in the form of a ruby, from which she should be able to learn another summon. any self-respecting Final Fantasy video that covers the Iifa Tree should point out the fact that this enemy is 100% a penis. 100%. I think it's going to be to our benefit to deal with this Moogle on several fronts here. We'll start by delivering a letter. It is comforting to know that even the Moogles are Team Vivi. All right, we've done what we've set to do in Moogleville here. Let's move on. As we descend down into the tree, there's going to be some hidden goodies and some not so hidden goodies along the way, and of course we're going to try and go get them. And you can see there's a treasure chest in the upper right here. We can't quite get at it, try as we may. However, if we head back down just underneath, there's a hidden switch. And that'll allow that treasure chest to fall down and we can get at it. Garnet dropping in a rando. They all look the same line. Oh, the boys just rudely cut down in their prime like that. Brutal. Always loved the imagery on this part, like the giant cosmic harp. I think there may be an item or two possibly hidden in here. Alright, boss fight with massive amounts of expository dialogue incoming. Oh no, not the level 5 death again. My boys. Look at how they're massacring my boys. So I'm realizing that Garnet has been completely useless in this battle, pretty much entirely because she's in some sort of zombie status, I think, that I just failed to cure her of, which is why she hasn't been able to do any magic or pretty much do anything. So I've kind of got one hand tied behind my back on this battle at this point, but, you know, what are you going to do? All right, through the magic of television, we're just going to take you right back to Madain Sari. Well, let's go see what's what. Have I mentioned the over-the-top levels of precociousness here? That's why I say this character is just so extra. Alright, so if you recall Lonnie the Bounty Hunter from Fossil Roo, that's who we'll be messing with here. say it for the record, get it out in the open. This entire character is not my favorite. This guy here, Red, as he's called, not my favorite. Worth noting at the very least, this battle does have 9 AP for Zidane. What a schlub. So much has just happened, but I'm not sure if you put the pieces together, but the two of them floating on the boat on the very, very opening scene of the entire game is what's being called back into play here as one of Garnet's original memories. Oh no. Okay, this idiot pretending to be some kind of cryptic Rubik's Cube has a name, and it is Amarant. That's probably the nicest thing I'll say about him. There's going to come a time when we have no choice but to use Amarant, but now's not that time. If I don't have to use him, I'm not going to. Okay, so after our extended stay in Madain Sari, we'll give ourselves a quick save-a-rooski here so we can chart our progress. And we're about almost 16 hours into our adventure now. And through the power of editing, we are back at the Iifa Tree. Iifa Tree, Iifa Tree, Iifa Tree. Huh, guess he's useful after all. Alright, strap yourselves in for some hardcore exposition. As we know with any good baddie, empathy is not Kuja's strong suit. Alright, with Garnet down chasing after her mama, we have no choice but to have Amaranth in our party, so we will make the best of it. It is very easy to overlook the Moogle that's hiding in the back here, Moki. And we've got a letter for Moki, so you want to try to remember to hit this Moogle. Okay, we're all saved up. We'll make our way back down the Iifa Tree. There are several battles on the way down. Garnet has located the sealed Eidolon that had failed, so it was sealed on the trunk of the tree. The Eidolon is Leviathan. It is a water Eidolon. Her mother is currently on a boat. Not a good mix. I could see why Garnet's a little devastated. Yep, so he really is telling us where he plans to strike next, and next is going to be Alexandria. So it would appear that Kuja got Bahamut to turn against Brahne somehow. Probably with that eyeball that was floating in the sky, shooting out weird rays and stuff. So we are now back in Garnet's home of Alexandria. What a crazy sequence of events. Whew. That's it for Disc 2. We'll see you on Disc 3.